$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, Breaker of Seven Seals. Again, brothers and sisters, they never answer this. They can't. They don't answer because they cannot. It's been for years. Not one answer, not one challenge, not one. No one's accept that challenge. Years. Anyway, brothers and sisters, that broadcast they had today, right, November 30th, was off the page. I thought they couldn't get any worse. They didn't. They proved me wrong. That was woo. And see what the deal was, is they was responding to me without responding. If you know what I mean, they didn't want anybody to know they responded to me because they didn't want to draw attention to me. Because I'm already caused too many problems for them, and they don't want people to know. In other words, they experienced a hailstorm, but they don't want people to know where the hailstorm is coming from. You read me? Feel me? They don't want to know the hailstorm is coming from. They know there's a hailstorm over there, but they don't want to know where it's coming from. See? So they say, well, talk, but they want to say where it originated, what's causing a hailstorm. See, they don't want to cause it, because they're the ones causing a hailstorm. So let me address a few things. They want to talk about the law. See, the law of Moses, the law that they talk in there, that's a qualitative law. That's law of law of, like, I guess that law of how we should deal with each other, amongst each other. A quality law, like, being nice, right? Polite, don't abuse each other. That's the law. That's not the law I'm talking about. I'm talking about the law of power. That's not the law of power. That's law of quality. Be nice, be honored, right? Don't steal, right? Don't kill each other, right? That's not the law of power. That's not energy management. And it's quality. Quality of energy, not the quantity. Well, maybe I should say it that way. Energy management, control your energy. But that's certain quality that you control it. Have control of something, like you have a hammer, right? But how you going to use it? And that's tell you how you use it amongst ourselves. I'll tell you, it's not about getting rid of the enemy and that kind of stuff. What they were trying to say is, oh no, that's not the law. See, God says the 5 pillars. No, it's the law of Moses. That's what we're trying to do, trying to say, up here, because that law that what he's talking don't mean anything. You don't get any power that way. Well, you're not getting power with the law of Moses. That law, they call it the law of Moses. Right? That's not, you can obey that. It's not going to give you any power. That's quality. You understand? That's quality. It's the 5 pillars that gives you, right, control of your energy, management, that will give you power. But you're trying to just say, oh, well, and then they say stuff like, well, God is perfect. Yeah, but he didn't create, but we are imperfect. So why is a perfect person creating everybody's imperfect? And then they acknowledge, well, Farrakhan is not perfect. For all these years he's been perfect. He's the voice of God. Oh, you mean he's the imperfect voice of God? You say he's imperfect. See, they're so stupid over there, they have no idea what they're saying. Because you say the voice of God, he has to be perfect. He can't be imperfect talking about the voice of God. Because he's the voice of God, right? So he says that's God talking to us. But he's imperfect. That means you don't know if he's right or wrong. And that's what they said. Okay? And they get around the fact that, see, what's happening is they're being questioned over there by people that they consider important. They're asking questions, and they have no answers. So this was the way of addressing that. Oh, well, his father's the devil. Oh, no. Oh, that's the matter because God made us all in the womb. Yeah, but God's a man, right? Yeah, God's a man, that's from him. Oh, but he created heaven and earth. And he's in everybody's womb making babies. His decision is his decision that he made us, who comes into being or not. It's his decision. But then later on, it's mother and father's decision. I mean, can they get their story straight? First is God's decision, but God's probably a man, but that had to be Matt Frotman then. So he's making the decision of who's going to give birth to who. But then later on, it's the mother and father give. But if it's mother and father, if it's him giving, then why should we honor the mother and father when he's the one that causing the action to happen? Nothing they said made any sense. Because they're all over themselves, they're tripping all over themselves, trying to annul what I'm saying, and they can't do it. They trip all over themselves. And then, well, who is this God that's doing all this? I say God's a man, right? But he gives us life. We should be grateful for him for giving us life. He's the one that made all this. Is that Master Muhammad? Because if it's not, then you're talking about some mystery God, aren't you? But you say there's no mystery God. God's a man. Can't you get your goddamn story straight over there? See, they're all over the place because they, in derision, like I said, we have them in derision. They're confused. Because they're fighting truth. They're fighting consequence. You can't fight truth. You can't fight consequence. You can convince fools that 5 plus 5 is 25, right? But you can't convince people, mathematicians, that. So they're desperate over there. They found all this stuff they said, none of it made any sense. None made any sense. And then, well, God's perfect, but he made imperfect beings. Well, if he's perfect, how can he make imperfect beings? And then accuse you of being imperfect? I'm going to put you in hell because you're imperfect? And then he made, he said, all religion, including Zoroastrianism, right, don't teach a judgment day. Well, you better Google Zoroastrianism again. Zoroaster was a prophet, a legitimate prophet. He's the one that came to Persia. Persia's mentioned in the Bible, right? In fact, Persia was the one that helped the children of Israel. Ooh. But you know who Persia is, modern day Persia is? Iran. Whoa, what about that one? And Zoroaster did teach a judgment day. So they got that one wrong too. You see? And religion preaching judgment day to who? To the ones that afflicted us. It says in Abraham covenant, I would judge that nation that did this to us. That's the judgment's coming upon them. And I go on and on. Everything he said was total bullshit. And they start talking about stuff that made no sense at all. I mean, none of it made any sense. They try to go into science and biology. We don't talk biology. Then what about the seed? Farrakhan's father's the devil. That's a stated fact. So why don't you deal with that biological fact? Oh, but no, it doesn't matter because he made in the womb his decision to put these people together, right? But now they say Farrakhan's imperfect. Oh, he's imperfect. Before he's been perfect. All up to now, he's been perfect. See, but he made mistakes. See, they're trying to cover because I point out all his errors. And they say, yeah, he did make those mistakes. What happened to Armageddon? See, oh, you know what? He makes mistakes. But he's the voice of God. But yeah, he makes mistakes. But he's imperfect. But he's perfect enough to be the Messiah. What bullshit. Had me rolling. My head exploded. It's hard to contain that. It's hard to hear. It's brain cancer. That's the worst part of my week. I have to listen to that shit. But that's part of my mission. I got to listen to that crap every year, every week. Because I got to take them down. Just bullshit after bullshit, bullshit. Okay? But he's imperfect. But he's perfect enough. See? Yeah, oh yeah, he's pissing shit in a bag. He can't wipe his own ass. But he's perfect enough to be our Messiah. But I don't want an imperfect Messiah. See? So that's to justify all his lies and things and stuff he's done. Oh yeah, he makes mistakes. Right? But he's perfect enough. Well, really? Well, how you know? But how Messiah is going to be a Messiah? How you going to have a taxi driver that says God told him don't drive? I got a Messiah is going to teach you, but he's told to be silent. All that shit just don't add up. They're in trouble over there. And that's what's happening. They're desperate to try to keep people, oh, just stay with Farrakhan. Just stay with him, please. Stay with him. Oh, and the wise man. Oh, so he's so wise that the stuff he's doing is correct. It just don't look right. It just don't look right, but it's right. The shit he's saying don't look right. It don't smell right. It smell like shit. It looks like shit, but it ain't shit. Because remember the wise man story. He was doing stuff that looks wrong, but it was really right. You see, they're desperate. They wouldn't be doing that if they wasn't under. He wasn't being exposed to who he is. I tell you, he's not going to be around much longer. That shows the level of their desperation. Read the backstory. That shows the level. It's proved to me how effective I am upon them. Okay? It's been at the end of it, right? Trying to the mother. At the end, Farrakhan's the mother. That's going to get us home, and we got to honor him. That's what the whole thing was about. Got to honor him. So just stick with him. He's imperfect, but he's perfect enough to get home. See? And yeah, he makes mistakes. Well, he makes mistakes. But he's the voice of God. You mean God makes mistakes? He's perfect, but he makes imperfect things. And he made this universe, well, who made him? You ask that question? And how long before he decided to make it? I mean, there's an eternity out there. We just part of eternity. So he went through eternity before he decided to make it. I mean, how does any of this stuff make any sense? And then plus, do you understand what maker, owner, creamer of the planet Earth mean? God of the universe? So if we're the God of the universe, then who in the hell is this God that's a God over us? There has to be a God over this universe. If we're the God of the universe, there has to be a God over the universe. Who is that? Let's say we searched for him for 72 trillion years, and we figured out he ain't there. He don't exist. Let's say he don't exist. But you're saying he do exist. Because he's doing all these wonderful things. Giving us life. From us in the womb, we should be grateful. Why should we be grateful to have life? Why should we be grateful? Tell me that. Why? See, this getting too deep for some. So many of you better just walk away, go get your crack pipe, because it's going to be too deep for you. Because see, your brain's been fried. Why the world should be grateful for giving you life when you didn't know you had life, you didn't exist. So why should you be grateful for anybody for giving you life? You didn't ask for it. And plus, we went through the last 40 years. Who in the hell want that? Please bring me into the hard cause. Who in the hell want that? We didn't do it. We said we'd do it, but there was no cakewalk. That's why they call it horror cost. You get it? Horror. So why should we be grateful? See, this is that Christianity bullshit. That's all that stuff. Forgive, be grateful. You know, what's that song? Grateful for what you got. Why should I be grateful for what I got? Why should we be grateful? You might not have a flaming Cadillac, but be thankful for what you got. Why? See, you don't hear this kind of talk. Oh man, you don't believe in God. No, you goddamn right, I don't believe in no goddamn God. We the God of the universe, so who the fuck I'm supposed to believe in? It's one or the other. Either we're the God of the universe or we something else. So you claim you with Elijah Muhammad, you claim with Master Father Muhammad. So we're the God of the universe, and what fucking God I'm supposed to be believing in? That means we ain't no God then, doesn't it? Who we supposed to be praying to? Gods don't pray to anybody. So you don't want to hear that kind of talk. Because that's not what they're teaching over there. It's that Scientology shit. That Christianity garbage. Okay? God of the universe. Master Muhammad is the supreme being of this period of time. But he's not supreme being. Elijah Muhammad taught that. He says supreme being is the tribe of Shabazz. Master Muhammad is an interim God. Transition God. Made God. Say he was a made God. He said the original gods are more powerful. Did you read that teaching? It may be in Master Blackman. I haven't read Master Blackman in years, so I don't remember if it's in there or not. But I know that's what he taught because I was there. So you believe or you don't. To a Master Muhammad praise. Where you see that at? Where you get that from? Pray to who? What happened to the originator? For years, the originator. What happened to the originator? Who Farrakhan said, we don't pray to flesh. But God's a man, so what the hell are they talking about over there? But Farrakhan doing a good job. Because only idiots and demons will believe in that bullshit he's talking about. They don't have any choice. Idiots because they're over there. Anywhere you say, what do they call them, 85%, anything. Okay. I mean, hell, they think their shit he's feeding them out of his ass, they think it's honey. So what else? What else? Okay. See, you don't hear that kind of talk. See, you heard that kind of talk when the messenger was around. You hear that talk now. Okay. The brothers and sisters call themselves God. Hey, God. You don't hear them doing that now, do you? That's what we call it. Hey, God. Hey. That's what we call ourselves. Hey, talk, hey, but God. So I'm thinking of God. Yeah, you probably know that, did you? That's his lessons. And the mystery God done anything for us. Did the mystery God make us in the womb? Elijah Muhammad said, did the same thing about anybody. Mystery God made us in the womb. Okay. If you read the Quran carefully, they say, no, the Caucasians, they said all of them believe in that Christianity stuff before they die. Now, I'm going to get the quote. That's what it says in there. That's why that's what he's teaching. Dianetics, which is actually Catholicism 1.0, whatever you want to say, right? So he believes in that garbage. God can't believe, pray the flesh. But Master Muhammad is God now. But he's not the God because you can't pray. You can't pray to him. But who said we got to pray to Master Muhammad? I don't pray to him. You call out to him. And when you get home, right, when you get back to your ability to tune in again, hey, bro, he didn't come and ask anybody to worship him. Master Muhammad never said, Elijah Muhammad never said he had bow down and worship Master Muhammad. He talked to him face to face. Remember what does Scripture say? What does Scripture say? He talked to God face to face. As Moses talked to God face to face. Not his head down between his legs, facing the ground, face to face. And Master Muhammad said, he's our nephew. And nowhere in the Quran says anything about, in his lesson, we're supposed to worship him. He will not sit as a tyrant or dictator. He administrator to guide us through this next season. That's what gods do. I meant the leader, the top god at the time, the top god that season, guides you through the season. Just like Yaqub is the god of this season. And so what he put down was to get everybody through this season. Now Elijah Muhammad didn't say Yaqub was an evil man. Think about that one. But the wisdom of Yaqub, right, was the best wisdom to get through this, even for us. Because that transformed us from angels into gods. So how could that be bad? We come out better. Anytime you come out better, the process must be good for you. See, you don't hear that kind of talk. Because they don't know a goddamn thing over there. None of these clowns, Melchizedek, Suleiman, Solomon, Eric, and they're all dummies, idiots. And they're going to pay the reward of a dummy. They're going to get the reward of dummies and idiots. Consequence don't know the difference between idiots and wise people. They don't say, oh, he's an idiot, he's a dummy, right? So he fell off that tree, I'm going to lightly put him on the ground. Really? I'm going to slam your ass down just as hard as a flower elephant. So you don't want the real talk. And I can't really talk, I really can't talk the real talk like I want to, because you don't understand the basic stuff. You understand the real talk. I understand the real talk about females. You had the wrong idea about them, which is going to tear your head off in a minute, because females are going to get revenge for how they've been treated. And it's going to be awesome. And they ain't going to be talking about, I forgive either. And it says, there's no hell like a woman scorned. Is that how they say it? Especially in the Middle East. You better be careful how you deal with these sisters. All that pent-up anger, it's got to, hey, before you can go to paradise, you got to get rid of that anger. And you don't just say, well, I'm not going to be angry anymore. No, it don't work that way. The anger is a consequence of what people did to you. That means they got to pay, you got to give it back to them. That's why I said do double than it's done to you. That's how, ain't that the Scientology bullshit, or just forget it. That's Christianity stuff. No. Every act has an opposite reaction. You can't say, well, it's action, I'm just going to not act, I'm not going to have the reaction. No. Vengeance is healthy. It's redeeming. It's cleansing. And it's also a guarantee that they'll never fuck with you again. It's a guarantee. Say, oh, I forgive you. Well, what's going to stop them doing it again? In fact, you taking inspired them to do it again. Because hey, he ain't gonna do nothing but forgive me again. I punch her in the face. She gonna forgive me again. I just keep I punch it back now. Because all they gonna do is forgive me. If they punch one time and get their damn arm broke, they won't punch no more. Now you're forgiven. Now you're forgiven. See? Because when all my enemies in the grave, you know what I'm gonna say? Now you're forgiven. Now you're forgiven. I ain't worried about you. Ain't gonna never do that no more. I ain't gonna do it no more. Sure, we're gonna make sure you never do it again. We're gonna help you out with that one. See, that's how your mind's been distorted. And it's destroyed like that as a guarantee, is as an insurance that if you rise to power, that you will not take revenge, repay for what they did. That's their assurance. That's why he gave you that mind. So if we lose and they finally get the power, then they forgive us. That's their assurance. See, you look at it like, oh, it's just, no. It says you don't know the depths of Satan. Nobody said they were stupid. Nobody said devils were stupid. He said he taught Adam all the names. How can you teach Adam all the names? They were stupid people. He's telling you that they're wise people. All you got to do is give them information. So he gave them information. It says that right there. It says Yaakov gave them information how to rule us. They've been studying for 400 years. That's the insurance policy. Christianity. That you will retaliate once you ever get power again. But it's not going to work. Okay? So they come after me now. They got, I know some tricks. I'm not even going to mention them. I don't want them to know the tricks that I know they're pulling. They're trying to get me to do certain things. I know what they're doing. It's not going to happen. First of all, I got my protection. It says, well, God guaranteed that nothing they do will harm me. Now, I believe, I accept that. I accept that 100%. It says nothing they do will prevail against you. No one will be able to stand before you. And I know just because of my knowledge of energy management, I can guarantee that to myself. But that's a double guarantee. So I ain't worried about anything. Do I look like I'm worried? Okay. But they're trying to pull a couple of things. Okay. I ain't buying it. See, because they can't. See, the point is, if they can trick your mind, that's a quality thing, to turn it against you. That's what Farrakhan's doing. Oh, don't, it ain't them. It's Scientology. Oh, you just got to clean your mind. See, that's part of it. No, don't get revenge. That's bad. If you go to their so-called study groups, one thing they tell you, oh, we can't do in them as they did to us. Listen to what he's saying. He's speaking for them. You can't do it in them as why not? That's not what the Quran say. That's not what the lessons say. That's not what Master Muhammad says. That's not what Elijah says. No, because he's defending them. And we're going to talk about that more in a minute. You can't go into paradise holding this baggage. When you go into paradise, you have taken your revenge. You've cleansed. You've got rid of your enemies. Put it another way. Say you're holding in and you forgive them. And you go into paradise. And they're going with you. What kind of paradise you going to have? I mean, isn't it by definition? If you take a shower, you want to get rid of the dirt off of you. Is that what you want to do? So if you're going to leave the dirt on you, then... You understand what I'm saying? That's how you get clean, by moving the dirt off of you. Not by saying, okay, I'm not going to move dirt off them like they did for hundreds of years and then take a bath. You got to get rid of what's causing the problem. If you give what's causing the problem, then you're going to still have the problem there. I mean, is that too complicated to understand? Unless you think the problem can change, that's what we're going to. No, they can't change. That's why the Bible says, "Can a tiger change his stripes?" It says they're 100% wicked. They cannot be reformed. So you're going to keep them around and keep them stay in hell? Why? Because, oh, they're so cute. There's more brothers and sisters. The mouth. The mouth. You got a big mouth. Talking loud, saying nothing. Okay? The mouth. It's the devil. Black-faced devil. Says son of man would have wool hair and dark skin. He had devil's hair. It follows the devil. He got a big mouth. But he's doing his job. Thank you, Farrakhan. Because he's pulling. Remember, if you read Exodus, he had drew all to him. So all that Moses just had to say, hey, we come out. And the wheat came out. They left the chaff behind and they burned up the damn chaff. But he had drew all of them to him. See? But the wheat, they was there, but they wasn't to him because it says they was the ones seeking the message of the covenant. And they knew the message of the covenant was coming to the temple there. So they waiting. They waiting for him to show up. And when they saw him in Mark, they ran to him. So they wasn't with him. But the ones that was with him, they stayed behind with him because they didn't hear the call. She said the sheep hear the master's call. So that's their master. See, he's the Messiah of the demons. He's the Messiah of the demons. His message to the demons. But he's trying to weaken us. Okay, let me say it another way. I want to talk about it later, but I'm going to speak to it right now, right? I talked about this a while back. When we broke our chains and said we actually broke the chains, they didn't do it, but they claim they did. The scripture said, no, we broke our chains. But the thing is, remember, you had the house niggas and the field niggas. House niggas was master's children that worked in the house. That was his children. So once the chains were broke, remember, because master was living off us, and so was master's children. And not only that, remember they had preachers, and they was master's children that would go in and tell the house niggas, y'all, the field niggas, y'all gotta be good, you gotta obey master. Because he looked like us, right? You gotta obey master, you understand, be a good nigga, you know, if you don't, you're going to hell, and Jesus is gonna get you, and all this bullshit. But that was master's children that was doing that. Okay? So they both was living off of us. They both. But then when the chains broke, and then master wasn't living off us anymore, well, they said, well, hey, master, well, you ain't, master, hey, niggas, you ain't gonna, his home children now, black-faced children, you ain't gonna live off of us, but you can live off of them. Think about it, you can live off of them. So they threw both of us in a ditch together. I talked about this many times before. They threw us in the ditch through the circus and behind us. And so you can live off of them. And so the demons been living off of us for the last, 150 years? Because the devil said, you ain't gonna live off of us. Master, you ain't gonna live off of us. Yeah, but we're your children. I don't care. You can live off of them. You ain't living off of us. So when you understand that, then you look around and you see, oh, Jesse Jackson. Oh, Mark Sharpton, whatever. Oh, Farrakhan. And all that kid's crew. They're living off of us. They're the demons living off the lamb. See, because when you have sheep wearing, why would wolves wear sheep clothing if they wasn't planning on living off the lambs, off the sheep? They ain't wearing sheep clothing to live off the lions, live off bears, live off raccoons. The purpose is to live off the sheep. And that's what Farrakhan's been doing. He's a multi-millionaire living off of us. So it's Sharps and all those clowns, and congressmen and all, they're all living off of us. Because master, you can live off of them, you can live off them niggas. And that's what he's been doing. They sell you at every turn. You know, I was talking about this Gus Savage, I think his name was. Look at that guy up if you have time. I think that was his name. He was a congressman of Chicago. He spilled the beans and he got mad because they came after him because he stopped them from putting a building built over a black grave site in New York. I think his name was Gus Savage. And so the Jews went after him. He spilled the beans. He was saying how blacks betray you all the time. And one of the ways they betray you, it says, because the money, they have what you call a budget pie, right? And so much go here, so the pie is only so big. So much go here, so much goes there, so much go here, right? And so they had so much allocated for so-called black people. And so when false leaders say we need more money, they say, well, hell, we ain't got no place no more in the pie. Well, they vote to take more from the black people to get to them. See? Now, I knew this person from Uzbekistan when I was working on the project. I met her. And she was Muslim, right? But she was married to a Russian, but Uzbekistan was a part of Russia, right? And she was, she was working on she was a contractor too, I think. I was a contractor working, IT. And she scoped me and realized, saw her name, so she started talking to me. And then she told me she's a Muslim, carrying on, right? And she told me, she says, she came over here because her husband's Jewish. And she says, what? No, her husband wasn't Jewish. He was right. But they said they told immigration they were Jewish. And said, because they knew when the Russians come over here, remember they started coming over here? As so-called Soviet Union was over, they would say, if they would say they was Jewish, then what they do is they give them welfare, money, pocket money, they give money to invest, help them start a business, all that kind of stuff. And what happened is that when, remember Trump, not Trump, Clinton was president. See, he did this, what he did was, he said that they tried to legalize the whole process. So that he started talking about work fair. See, in other words, they kick you off welfare because you had to work to get what you had to work now. Because they want to use that money to give to the Jews. 3 strikes out, all that kind of stuff. And all these so-called Negroes and so-called Black Caucus, that's who this guy was telling about. He outed them. He said, they vote for all those bills. They work against you because they're all demons. And they poison our, they poisoning our society. They mixed in with us. They're corrupting us. They're the ones causing us crime, stealing, all this kind. They're the ones doing that, not us. But they want to call us, Farrakhan, you see, you're wicked. No, it's them. Because they're devils, they're black skin. It's like, you got a lot of lambs, right? And then you got some lambs out there eating other lambs. Why you eating other lambs? Because you goddamn wolf it, and he hiding. But see, even if he's look like a lamb, he's still gonna sound like a wolf. See, you can dress like a lamb, but you still can't change your voice. Can't change your heart. And so Farrakhan, he talks that shit, but he still sounds like a wolf, don't he? I love America, I don't want to go nowhere. But I hope, pray aloud. Have worms eat your ass, talking about the Muslims. But he loves devils. See him kissing on them? Yeah. He loves devils. See, this is the skin folk and all that. Just listen to him carefully. So that's what the main job Superman has to do, is separate the sheep of wolves and sheep clothing out from the sheep. That's about to happen. Let's move on, brothers and sisters.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Remember that, brothers and sisters. The demons can't live off of the devils. That's why you get these preachers and stuff out there. They're all demons. See? And they're living off of us because the devil said, you can't live off of us. Master, you can't live off. Yeah, we're your children. I don't care. You can live off them. You can live off us. And that's why you got so much confusion, because they're out here living off of us. And so these clowns that claim it was Elijah, Eric, if they're living off of you, they're demons. I'm asking for a dime, don't intend to. They're living off of you, because the devil said you can't live off of us. Even though you devils be blackface, they can't live off us. So you got these preachers out there, and all as politicians, and so forth, like they're living off of you, getting rich off of you, telling you whatever you needed, everything but getting the hell out of here and getting free of these devils. Oh, go along with the devils. It's okay. Integration, right? But they know even they preach the integration stuff. They don't mean it for you. They don't want you in their neighborhoods. They preach it. They know you ain't never gonna get it. You see stupid movies now. You go in the movie and you got niggas in the movie, Kevin Hart and all these clowns. Their bathroom is bigger than a mansion. Just their bathroom. You know, black folks don't live like that. Now, original people, they don't live like that. But and lately, got this couple of movies. Everybody's got a white spouse or a white girlfriend, or a white boyfriend. They turn up the volume, brothers and sisters. They turn it up on you. It means they're closing in. Let's move on.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flavor as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is, you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground in unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We a family. Let's stay a family, be a family, and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. I had to do that. We love you. Go ahead. One more time, brother.
If those clowns could even see ahead, just a little bit in the future, they can only see that. They'd cut their own throats. They would. If they could see what's about to happen to them, they would cut their own throats. In fact, they would do it real slow, maybe most painful, hopefully, right? Because they'd be so scared, right? Because we might still get them somehow. They would cut their own throats. They castrate their own selves. Because it'd be much easier than what's about to happen to them. They thought I was funny. They do it to themselves. They could just see ahead. It's just about to happen to them. Because that would be easy compared to what's about to happen to them. So they will castrate their own selves. They'll cut their own throats. Right? Just in case we might bring them back to life. They said, well, we did that. We did that ourselves. Can you? No, we. You'll see what I'm saying, brothers and sisters. You're going to be amazed. Even me telling you, you're going to be amazed what you're going to see. It says he's going to do a strange thing. Why would God say he's going to do a strange thing? That means something you can't imagine. Something strange is beyond comprehension. What's going to happen to these folks? What happened to America? It'll be a sign for all eternity. Oh, it's going to be remembered all eternity. This time right here. What happened? I said, damn. You fuck with the wrong people. Remember the demons, that's their people. They're like the second string. If I'm using it, I'm not into athletics. Right? So, right? Sports. I think second string, that's the second back. I don't know, you know. But right? They're the wolves disguised. So they're even worse. Because they're not visible. You see the wolves come, hey man, here come the wolves. But oh man, here come our sheep. They're going to join us, man. Hey, we got some company. Hey, why you eating another sheep? Oh man, he just died, so I figured, instead of burning him, man, we might as well, take advantage of it, Yeah, really? And what happens? All of a sudden, all the sheep are afraid of each other. Because they don't know something wrong with some of these sheep here. And that's a state of our community. That's why we're not trusting each other. That's why we're afraid of each other. Because we got wolves in here, and we don't know who's who and what's what. And I assume I'm going to solve that problem with her Farrakhan's help. So go on, Farrakhan, right on. Keep on dragging them to you. Because anybody got any sense, no, only assholes and jerks and fools and liars and demons go listen to that bullshit he's talking about. Said the elect, they wouldn't touch it with a 5-foot pole. So the elect didn't go anywhere near it. The Levites, they got in there, right? They still had reservations. See? That's what saved them. Those reservations, man, because they were seeking something else. But the rest of them, they was all in, 100%, in both feet. His firmly planted Farrakhan's ass. Munching down like honey. Oh man, got some more Farrakhan. Give Farrakhan some more food so he can produce some more honey. Give him a lot of food so he can produce some more honey, man. Because man, that's funny as honey is good. Give some more water so he can get some more beer. That's sick. But he's doing his job. He's doing a good one. See? Hold on to Farrakhan. We don't want you over here. And if we catch you coming over here, we're going to send you right back. You sent a few over here in my 35 years. I scoped them and I sent them back. I don't want them. Because there's ways to tell. So take me stupid. Take me, color me stupid if you want to. Move on. There you go. The illusion of money. That's what they did. They looted the nation. This particular one, he's still robbing the nation. That's why it's cursed with a curse. Anyone that got any sense, no, that's a curse. If your ass get blown up with cancer, and you get castrated and shit and piss in the bag, if that's not a curse, what is? That shows you got to be an idiot not to see that. As one brother says, this clown here, he died from diabetes, painfully. They destroyed nature. They destroyed it and looted it and left the police with nothing. Okay, let's get to some of the main stuff I want to get to, brothers and sisters here. And see here, no weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper. Every tongue that rises against thee in judgment, thou shalt condemn. Because our people are righteous people, like the Quran, that Elijah Muhammad said. Muhammad said, that's Farrakhan saying, you're sinful and everything else. Well, that's his people. So if you can condemn my people in judgment, you're going to be silenced. Not just silenced, condemned. You know what condemn means? It's like being crushed. You condemn something. You condemn something that's destruction. So, and he's accuser. So all those accusing our people are diamonds. It's just covered with shit, your shit. And so you wash it off and give it back to you. Right down the drain where you are. See? And no weapon that you forming is going to prosper. We don't need any weapons, not your kind of weapons. We got more weapons more powerful than yours, more powerful than yours than ever could be. Men's hearts failing in for fear and expectation. It's a strange thing here. If people have a heart attack, you have massive heart attacks here in a minute. When that war resumes over there, you have massive heart attacks in America. There'll be an epidemic of heart attacks. It would be not safe to drive. It would not be safe to drive. People have heart attacks. You know, you don't know you're going to have a heart attack, are you? So if you drive, you have one, boom. It's not going to be safe. If you ain't driving anyway, because the economy is going to collapse. A strange thing is about to happen here. And it's going to start over there. That's going to trigger. That's an Armageddon. That's going to trigger Armageddon. Farrakhan, remember Armageddon started? Oh, remember he's imperfect, so that's why he messed that one up. Farrakhan. But remember they said, oh, any man that says something doesn't come to pass should listen to him. Oh, he's imperfect. So it was just a little slight mistake. Armageddon started. Remember, that was his core message at so-called Savior's Day a few years ago. You seen the Armageddon? Powers heavily shaken. Oh man, oof. If you only knew, you would know though. Well, let me just say this quickly. Keep up prayer from the declining of the sun till the darks of night, and recite the Quran at dawn. Recite the Quran at dawn. Keep in mind, sure, recite the Quran at dawn is witness. The recital. See, when they say their prayers over there, look up the so-called Sunni prayers. Their prayers, they're reciting verse of the Quran. That's in their prayers. So it's all about recital. But they think it's confused because prayer is not, oh, Allah, that's not part of this prayer. That's something they may add. Oh, give me a mule, give me a camel, or give me a car. That's when they add to it. That's not the kind of prayer the Quran talking about. It's telling you right here. See? And do it part of the night. Keep wait by on it, what's coming on thee. Maybe, because remember, prayer's not at night. And doing a part of the night, keep wait by what's incumbent. Prayer's not incumbent at nighttime. You got to get out of bed and pray at nighttime. So it's talking about what's incumbent, you know, what you think is minimum necessary. And maybe the Lord will raise to a position of great glory on recital. But see, I never understood this. I explained to you. Let's move on. Quickly go to this, brothers and sisters. This shows the pattern. We was back in field niggas and house niggas. There was distinction. Master knew the distinction. He knew this was his children over here. He knew we was niggas he brought over from Africa. But he knew these were his rape children, so there was distinction. 1820, there was distinction, right? But then he muddied that distinction. Oh, there's all niggers. And so you had that one to be sharecroppers. As we got inspired, we get inspiration probably 50 years. I'm not going to explain it here, right? And you had those that, you had two divisions of, right? Now, I'll be careful with this because see, people get this mixed up. I said, see, when I said two, let me do this real quick. I meant to do this earlier. A mind and a mindset is two different things. Let me get the action. I forgot to put this in here. Hold on, brothers and sisters. Give me a second here. I don't know why. I hate this phone. Oh boy. See, mindset has to do with attitude. I use the word mindset, and some people took off the set and just use the mind part. You can't do that. We got a habit of doing that. We don't weigh words, we play with words, and this language is messed up. So I use the word mindset because we had different attitudes based on nature. See? And they tripped the set off and said, well, I use mind. No. We all had the same mind back there. But you could say in a certain context, you can use mind that way. Let me explain. Okay. Mindset, use it in a normal way, it just means attitude. It's not, see, it's a different word. It's not the same word as mind. You got a lot of words have words in it. Mindset and mind has and they're two different things, have nothing to do with each other. It just sound like it because it's part of the way the word is. Mindset has to do with attitude. Mind has to do with the software that controls information that goes to your brain. Two different things. Now, in a certain context, you could say mindset in connection to the mind in a very limited context. And that context is if you're saying, right, that you have the same mind, but one mind is set against you and one mind is for you. And in that context, you could say that because, right, because we had the mind they gave us, but that mind was against us. But it's for the demons. You understand? Because they got the same minds that the daddies have. See? Because devils gave us their mind, but they're devils too. So we was beating ourselves. Let me see if I put it another way. Say you got wolves in sheep clothing. Right? Okay, so you give the sheep the wolf's mind, and you get a sheep, what wolves sheep clothing? Well, that mind's for them because they're really wolves. But if we got that wolf mind, it's against us. So in that context, limited context, you could use it in a connection with mind too. Either way, right? You can't say, right? Context and mind in normal sense that how was that stated that our difference in I forgot how to use it, but the point is that the difference in our actions was based on our mind. No, it wasn't. It's based on our attitude, our nature. Right? Attitude is based on our nature. See? So we had different. This separation is not based on mind, because we both got the same minds. It's based on nature. See? And attitude, mindset. Because you have different nature, you have different attitudes. Okay? We have to be very careful with that kind of stuff. I keep telling the people, you got to get used to it. Mathematics is perfect. Okay? You can't say, oh, I just changed it based on our minds, because then you get locked into it, because later on you say, well, but we had certain minds, did we? Then how are you going to explain that one? Let's move on. Anyway, we had the blues that came out of our mind, out of our attitude, because it's an emotional thing. Music is an emotional thing. It's not an intellectual thing. It's an intellectual thing to people who know music, and they say, man, you really know how to put that thing together. See, they're talking about the making of music, how to put it together, and the notes and all that kind of stuff. That's the intellectual side. But the music itself is emotional. If you know music, say, man, hey, you really put that thing together, man. You know how to lay that thing out. That's the intellectual side. I don't know that side. I don't know that side. I know very little about, I know how music works. But you kept getting me in to play a piano or something like that, man. Boom, boom. I never tried to learn how to do any music. I understand the science of it, but I couldn't I couldn't even beat a drum. Or maybe I could probably beat, I don't know, maybe. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? Intellectual side of music is, hey, how you put it together, the notes, orchestra, all that stuff. That's the intellectual side. Most sides is experience. Okay. Anyway, so that's why this is our experience, our emotional state. Not an intellectual state, an emotional state. And then 50 years later, jazz, emotional state increased. Right? I explained this. Right? So division becomes greater and greater. But we still think ourselves as being one people, black. See, it's the division is strained, the relationship is being strained, but we still consider ourselves as everybody being black. Right? We still brothers and sisters. But it's being strained. Then we get down here, it gets even more strange. See? Integrate separation. And the tension start building up. Tension start building up. Wait a minute. Then we start calling ourselves, what words you see back there? Oreos. Black on the outside, white on the inside. Yeah, start making those distinctions. That stuff start coming out back then. Because I feel the strain. Wait a minute, something different. Right? And now, 50 years later, it says division is going to be complete. Because now, Suleimans tell you, no, they are different people. Ambiguity there. See? They're different. See? That's why they sound different, act different, and then explain biology of it. Because it's based on the seed. See? And, right? And so that's going to be the base of a race war. Because we go to war with the demons, that's a race war there. We're fighting infiltrators. It's still a race war. If a race war of Farrakhan's people, that's a race war. Because he represents them. Listen to him. We'll show you in a minute. Listen to him. So we say, if you go on this path, we know what Martin Luther sound like, and we know what Elijah Muhammad sound like. Okay? It's two different people. So if you, as a path go. So if you get down here, what would somebody on this level sound like? Remember, in 50 years, what would they sound like? Would they be promoting America? Wouldn't they have a problem with these people over here? And when these people have a problem with what did I say? I don't know if I misspoke there. When they have no problem with America, I think that's what I said, just in case. When they would love America, when they want to stay here in America, would they consider themselves part of America? Remember what Legion says, don't make me lead a country? Would they love America? And wouldn't they have problems with the people over this side, the Muslims? And wouldn't the people on this side, wouldn't they hate America? Wouldn't they have a problem with the demons over here that's living off of them, exploiting them, lying to them? So let's take a look at it. Let's see what they say here.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Waterford and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't you go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
Okay, brothers and sisters. I had somebody was trying to call me, so. Okay, brothers and sisters, you heard that, right? Think about that one. Now, why is he saying that? Right? He probably representing the Messiah who's supposed to get away from Pharaoh and get home. Isn't that what the Messiah is supposed to do? And our Exodus says, and God said, let my people go. Is that what coming said, return home? Is that what he's saying? So anybody hears that and knows the truth still with him, that tells you who they are. So we don't worry about them. We ain't trying to save them. Okay? You see an enemy going 100 miles an hour down a one-way street into a damn brick building, you don't holler out, tell them put the brakes on. You tell them, hey, speed up. Put on the gas. Let's see how he feels about, we know how he feels about his people. Let's see how he feels about our people. Our people.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you as hell now on both sides. Yes, sir, brother. That's real. When we were alive, we set up schools. That's right. When we were alive, we had supermarkets. We owned buildings. We owned farmlands. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
Well, that's how you feel about the Muslims. Both sides, male and female. The ones he's been living off of. Putting steaks on his plate. $1,000 suits. $10,000 rings on his finger. Remember I told you? The devil says, hey, you can't live off us, niggas. We your children. I don't care. You can live off them niggas. The field niggas, you ain't live off us. And see how you feel about them? But them the ones he living off of. Because he's not living off Master. Master ain't giving him anything. Except the payment he getting from being an agent. He living off the demons. Now, excuse me, he's living off our people. He don't have a business anywhere. He hasn't produced anything. He said he revived Nation Islam. No, he has not. Nation Islam has no value. And whatever money there is, it's in his name. That wasn't the case with Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad, when he left here, all the business and all the assets and everything was in the name of the believers, was they went to court and then got that annulled and put it in their name so they could take the money and run. There it is. That's out of his own mouth, house horse's mouth. Everything about you, who feeding him, serving him. In fact, he's the one that killed the Nation of Islam. And like a buzzard he is, and he come back to eat the flesh of what he killed. That's him. See? The ones that's feeding him, the one he got rich off. When Muslims alive, I play Allah. Worms eat your ass. But for the people that oppress us, his family, his people, he got nothing but love. I don't see nothing happen to y'all. But remember the scripture say they're going to be judged for what they did to us. Not Abraham Lincoln, not Jefferson, the whole goddamn nation. So they try, oh, it wasn't me. No, it said you're going to judge the nation. So those people are dead that you claim that is responsible. So why is he judging the nation then? You want to go back and dig them up from the graves? See? That's not clear enough. Then that means you're part of it, so stay over there. Don't try to wake up those folks that got their head Farrakhan's ass. Don't try to pull their head out. If anything, push it up. Because we don't want them. They full of shit. How you know? Because they've been feeding off his shit, for 40-some years. That's their diet. They call it honey. It's kind of dropped these days, ain't it? Because now you shouldn't piss in the bag. So now you fight for who's going to get first dibs on the bag. Hey, man, it's my turn. Man, you had yours yesterday, man. I'm going to get my turn today. I'm sick there over there. And I'm still over there. Someone going to try to run over here. Ain't going to make it. Might as well just stay there. You can just get tired. Right? And sent back. Okay, now see what you think how you think the son of the real Messiah be talking. The message of the covenant. Talk about Malachi. Not the robbing of the nation, Farrakhan, not Aaron and Joshua in the Exodus. No, it's about Joshua. Message of the covenant, Joshua. The covenant. We go home. Farrakhan said, we're not going anywhere. Calling God a liar on all three counts. All three counts calling God a liar. Elijah's last one. How the message of the covenant to be seeking? Oh, ain't nobody met. Elijah's last one. What about the covenant? We ain't going nowhere. The covenant says 400 years. We ain't going nowhere. And Aaron, ain't nobody after Aaron. What about Joshua? He calling God a liar on three counts. Let's move on. Okay, let's see what he has to say.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Assalamu rahim here. Mention the covenant to break of 7 seals. Time to go home, brothers and sisters. As promised, he will return home after 400 years of captivity, 1619 to 2019, 2020, beginning of your return home. There'll be great resistance, And one of your primary resistors is Mr. Farrakhan. He's the son of the devil. He's not the seed of Abraham. That covenant does not apply to him. He's against that covenant. He's an agent of your enemies. So we must remove the demons. And it says, my job is to remove the demons, the chaff, separate the chaff from the wheat. He's the chief demon, Legion. Louis Eugene Grounds, and right backwards. His primary mission is to deceive you, confuse you, deter you, even destroy you. That's not going to be accomplished. You're going home, brothers and sisters. Those of you who want to go home, if your desire is to go home, then you're going home. Just follow the message. I give you a clear message to go home. Clear message. No one wants any money from you. No one wants to control you. Just giving you a clear map, GPS to get home. Just follow the message of the angel. Just follow that message. It's the angel. And apply the discipline of the 5 pillars. And you will return home safely, securely, fair, at peace and security. Especially our sisters. You will no more be abused, attacked, afflicted upon by enemies no more ever. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, let me resolve this question right now, brothers and sisters. Because there's a big lie out there. And there's free will. There's no concept of free will in the Bible nor in the Quran. And I keep on saying, I'm going to look up in the verse. I forget to do it. It says you think you are independent, but you're not. Something to that extent. But understand the vectors. The world, we're in a force field. That's pressure. Pressure is a force field. Pressure is a force field. Okay? No way of looking at it. Pressure is a force field. Okay? So when you're born, you come into existence, you come in a force field. Force applied to you. Right? You're dealing with forces there. Now you're a force. So every act has one force acting on another force, produces a reaction. Every act has opposite reaction. So see action there? Okay, that's the world as it is when you come into existence. And then it hits, you come in, and that force hits you. And you're going to react based on your DNA. That's the quality of your action, right? The degree of your DNA, whatever your DNA is, because that's going to influence the quality of your action, right? Because you have the force. It's not going to change the force, because you have a force when you come use. It's come resist you a force, but your DNA determines the quality of that force, what angle that force comes in at. And so the reaction between the two is the decisions. Oh, I didn't spell it right. Hold on. I'll leave it like that, because they'd be like, oh, see, he can't spell. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Nope. There it is. Okay. I got it right this time. And then you go to the reaction, based on. So that's you. In other words, action on you. You're the red arrow. That's you, and that's your reaction, based on the force that's around you. So you come in. That's your DNA. You're impacted by the action. The world around you is a force field, and your reactions are based on that. Your action relative to action, the force field around you. So all your actions, every action you make, every decision you make is a reaction to the force around you. So it's no independent thought. Because in other words, for you to do that, you have to say something like this, right? Let me do this. See if I can make this. Uh-oh. How do I do this? Oh. Oh, uh-oh. No. Okay, I forgot how to do this, brothers and sisters. Okay, I guess I can leave it like this. Give me a second here. No? You? No? Okay. Oh, there you go. There you go. To say that, let me move this right here. To say that, for you see you have independent, right? Independent thought, right? You can have freedom of will, so to speak. You have to say something like this. You have to say, this is this, And then you could do this or this, right? This, right? Or this, or whatever. That's impossible. You see what I'm saying? That's impossible because you're saying these two, but you can. This could be anything you want it to be. That's what you're saying. You're talking about freedom of thought, free will. No, it can't be that way. This has a certain mathematical. That's where it is. That's the mathematics. So if this was like this, hold on. What's going on here? It's just like this, right? Then it's different, then you have a different effect here. Okay. So you this be instead of like this, it'd be different angle. It depends on what. Remember, this is the environment you come in. This is the way the environment is. This action right here. When you come into the world, it's a force field. Here you come in with certain DNA, you'll come at a different angle, right? So you come at this angle, or maybe you might come in at this angle, depending on your DNA. That's going to affect what this. Affect this one. You see. So your actions is going to depend on your DNA, the force it has, period. So you have no sense of free will. Because you say, oh, it could be anything I want it to be. No, it can't be. It's a mathematical formula there. And if that was the case, prophecy would be impossible. Because they could not say what's going to happen, because they never know what anybody's going to do. If you got free will, they couldn't know what you're going to do, could they? They know that it's not free will, is it? They can already predict what you're going to do. So let's lay that to rest. Because they keep saying that that's something that Christians believe. That's something they say over there. Oh, well, you have free will to choose. No, you have choice. Your choice is based on your DNA. You have choice. This person has this DNA, they're going to do one thing, another thing. You have a choice based on your DNA. Your choice will be based on your DNA. What choice you choose will be. See, in other words, it's not independent choice. It's a choice you choose going to depend on your DNA. So if you're devil, you're going to choose one thing. You're going to choose this world's life, for instance, right? But it's not like independent thought. That's chaos. Chaos says, no, every action doesn't have an equal reaction. Chaos says every action could be anything. Reaction. If you get that, you get it. You don't know. There's no such thing as free will. All your life, your thoughts will be a reaction to what's around you. Right now, you're reacting to what I'm saying, what other people are doing. You're reacting to the people around you. All your life, you'll be reacting to other things, and your actions will be a reaction to what's happening around you according to your DNA. Hope you understand that and move on. Lay that to rest. And he was saying, so it was Zoroaster. No, you better read it again, fool. Zoroaster was a legitimate prophet, and he did teach in the Judgment Day. He said he didn't teach unless he did. He was a legitimate prophet that came to the Persians, who was Persians called primarily modern day Iran. It could be more than that, but it's probably, that's what modern day Iran used to be called, Persia. Let's move on. Again, men's hearts failing in for fear, expectation of those things was coming upon the earth. The powers have me shaken. It's not just devils. And some of you are going to be, because you wasn't paying attention to this message for whatever reason. It's going to shock you, the shock of the hour. It's not going to be so great, it's going to cause heart failure. Global, it's going to be epidemic. Heart failure. People going to down right in the, driving their car, drop them dead right in the middle of the street. Once they understand, what's going to make them understand? Because this gospel will be teaching all the world. What gospel? The Injil will be teaching all the world, then it will come. That means they're going to know, because this is going to catch in a minute, and they're going to know it's a fact. They're not going to say it's a lie, because they're going to realize this is a fact. That's how they're going to know, because their hearts will be failing in expectation if they weren't sure. No, they're sure it's going to happen. They're sure it's going to happen. What's going to make them sure? Because this man's going to have total credibility in a minute. People sit in dark, see the great light. And their hearts can be filled in expectation. That tells you, if the heart's filled in expectation, what will happen to them when they actually realize it? Answer yourself that question. Okay, I'm gonna play. I think I can play this, brothers and sisters. I think. No, I guess not. And we're talking about here, when you see Jerusalem, remember telling you the place, surrounded by armies. No, that means false Israel is going to be destroyed. It's desolation. It's destruction. That means that's going to prove they're not the true Abraham. So when you see it surrounded, it says, and it's close. But it's telling you, it's giving you a warning. It says desolation is happening. It says it's near. That's a warning to the people that's wise. It says, oh, let me make my move now. Because that's going to be destroyed. Because if you wait till it's destroyed, it's going to be too damn late. It's a big warning right there. It's near. That means, because they're only going to attack you when it's destroyed, when it's hopeless, when they can't see nobody. When they realize false Israel is hopeless, they're going to attack you, because the reason false Israel is there is set up to keep you from realizing who you are. That's the reason why it was set up. And if they destroy it, that means you're going to realize it's you, because they could not possibly treat Abraham if they're going to be destroyed. So it's telling you, it's clear. Get moving. It's a warning here. Because if you wait till destruction, you probably won't make it. Because then you flee in panic. Then let those who are in Judah flee to the mountains. Those who, right? Get the hell, right? For those days are days of vengeance. All things are written to be fulfilled. Those are those who are pregnant and those who are, right? Because this is what's going to happen once it's destroyed. Pregnant means they're attacking us. They're attacking all blacks. There's great distress in the land and wrath upon this people. They're talking about Magog and Magog, America, Britain. Okay. Days of vengeance. Who? Vengeance is something that you take for something done to you. Vengeance is something. So who's been wrong more than anybody in us? We've been taking everything. Everything taken from us. We're a nation, a dead nation. Our language was taken from us. Our land was taken from us. Our religion was taken from us. Our culture was taken from us. Our women was taken from us. Right? Our freedom was taken from us. And they raped our women. Our dignity was taken from us. And the dignity of our women. And that's the worst of it all. And you want to forgive and fist bump people that was raping and torturing your women? What is this, our women? And you fist bump to, hey, bro, you know what we're going to do to your ass? There should be something wrong with you. Now I'm talking our people. I'm not blaming our people, but at some point you got to cross the line. If you know that they're doing it, and you're gonna sit around here Somebody, okay, I know how people, I was out of it, and it's devil's to blame. But if somebody come in and raping your mama and your sister right in front of you, they come over and say, man, can I have a drink of water? Say, hey, man, you need 2 drinks? Can I get some coffee? Hi, bro. There's something wrong. It's way beyond what they did. Something really wrong with you. Something really wrong. Because if you even Ray Charles, if somebody raped his mama on top of his grave, he would come by that grave and kick their ass. He dead. So at some point you have to draw a line. Because I say, man, I my people, I love my people. I stand for them, no 100%. But when I see them out there, man, fishing up these devils, that's a hard one to take. I say, man, come on. And you don't know anything about history? Now, it could be that they don't know that history. And that could be. That, you got to get a pass on that one. Because I went in the military. I didn't know about my history. But I knew I never went in there. There was a time I didn't know. So I can't blame them for being through what I did. I didn't know. Once I found out, I got the hell out of there. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. I said, when these things happen, when these things begin to happen, look up, because it's in your favor. What happens in your favor? That's if you want to go home. That's if you want to go home. We ain't going to make it. All this is for you. And the reason why all this is happening, let me say as clear as I can. The reason why tribulation is happening, why the apocalypse happening, why strange things happening to us, because of you. It's resistance of you coming together as a nation. That's how powerful you're going to be when you can tell how powerful you be by the resistance. In other words, if you go lift weights, the heavier the weight, that means the more stronger you're going to be. You lift a 10-pound weight, you ain't going to be so strong with that. But if it's a 100-pound weight, hey man, that means that's a lot of resistance. But that's how strong your muscles are going to be once you get used to it. So that tells you how great and powerful you're becoming, because all that resistance against you, the Holocaust, all that's resistance against you. That's why you come the greatest nation, even greater than your fathers were. Because resistance is so great, that means if you was just a little thing coming, there wouldn't be that much resistance. You in an elevator, you in an elevator, right? And you're 100-pound weaker, and you want to get just a little more, space, real tight. Well, you don't get that much resistance. If the place is packed, right? So you want just a little bit, but if you want to try to move everybody back like that, so you have a whole lot, you're gonna get a lot of resistance. You're gonna get a lot of resistance. So because they're telling you how powerful you're becoming, because all this is resistance to you coming into being, a rising nation, the birth of a nation. I don't know about this. Maybe women can tell you that, but they say the worse the labor and everything is, the bigger, the stronger the child going to be. I don't know. I should shut up. I have no idea. So I ain't going to use that analogy because it may be incorrect, maybe correct. I don't know. But the problem is that that's every action has a reaction. So the reaction to your coming to being is apocalypse, worldwide war, race war, economic war, war in every respect, global war, a bloodbath, blood highs the horse. All this is the resistance to you come into existence as a nation coming together. That's why I said lift your head up. Because now you coming together. So you be afraid of this. Let them be, because you crushing them. See, because you start getting more space, you're crushing the people around you to get more space. See? You the ones bringing this happening, brothers and sisters. So the thing is, to keep it from happening, is keep you from coming together. Keep you divided. That's what Farrakhan is doing. Then he's talking about, well, all stuff. Hey, you the ones causing the. See, we're all brothers. What does that mean? No, that's not unity. That's telling the wolves in sheep clothing, hey, we all sheep. Don't worry about it. No, we're all sheep. So you keep eating the lambs. So wolves keep eating the other sheep. Okay? We gotta love everybody that God created. Or do I have to explain that one to you? That means you gotta love devils too. Is that what the lesson said? That Matt's promise says? We gotta love everything that God created. Yeah, but everything He created is flawed. Yeah, but He's perfect. Man, please. If I listen to that one more time, my fucking head could explode. I'm so sick of listening to that shit. That's the worst part of my week. I hate listening to that. It's brain cancer. My wife keeps looking at me like she think I'm gonna have a heart attack or something. I'm laying looking at her and she see me. Wow, calm down. She said, "Would you calm down? Calm down." Ooh, man. I mean, and I remember being there when Ida was around, and what they doing is like somebody shitting on our family and shoving shit down their throats. That's what it's like watching that stuff. It has no reflection on Elijah Muhammad or Master Muhammad at all, period. Okay, let me play this, brothers and sisters.
Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast. 5. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee. Six. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee, turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest.
See, that's talking to the Messiah, the real Messiah. Was he talking? Was that talking to Farrakhan? He got his ass blown up, radiation tablets, got castrated, pissed the shit in his bag. Was God with him then? Was he the Messiah? You see what I'm saying? And it's talking about going home. And it's talking about the law. We're gonna sit next one. It's talking about the law. Now, see, they try to say, well, there's the law he talked about. It's the law of Moses. No, that's not the law Elijah Muhammad gave. The law was not the Ten Commandments. It's called a restrictive law. It wasn't the Ten Commandments. The commandments is a qualitative law. It's not a law that gives you power. Honor your mother and father does not give you power. The devils had power. They don't honor their mother and father. They didn't honor us, did they? They lie. They steal. They still had power, didn't they? So that's not the source of the law, is it? How could they be such loyal? They should never have gotten power, should they? They had power for 500 years. And they was disobeying all those laws, the 10 Commandments, every one of them. So that's not a source of power, is it? And we was powerless in observing those laws before we came here. But now we have energy. Discipline, that's the law. Times energy equals power. We didn't have any energy. Just had enough to maintain ourselves. So we had no power. But now we do have energy. But they try to make us diminish, keep us from having discipline. Oh, you don't, man, eat 1 meal a day, man. You kidding me, man? Party, man. You know, man, come on, let's get some blunts, man. Let's get some wine, let's get some beer. Let's hang out. Some hotties. See? These Christians do not teach you discipline. They teach you obedience. Obedience to them and their law. See? Soon I come and teach you discipline if you want it. And discipline will give you power. And when you have power, nothing they can do to you, because greater power overcomes lesser power. Lesser power cannot overcome greater power.
And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee, to, and shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thine heart, and with all thy soul. 3. That then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity, and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath scattered thee. For if any of thine be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. 5. And the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy fathers.
The bears not fathers will be not lowering angels, gods. Be gods. Let's move on.
See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. 16. In that I command thee this day to love the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply, and the Lord thy God shall bless thee in the land whither thou goest to possess it. 17. But if thine heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shalt be drawn away, and worship other gods, and serve them. 18. I denounce unto you this day, that ye shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land, whither thou passest over Jordan to go to possess it. 19. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. 20. That thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him, for he is thy life, and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them.
It's telling you a choice between the hereafter and this world's life. For those who love this world's life, there's no portion hereafter. Choice between Farrakhan and the messenger of the covenant, the robber of the nation and the messenger of the covenant. Choice between Aaron and Joshua. That's your choice. Life or death. It's your choice. That's what it's telling you. But if you obey the law, what law? Nothing can happen to you. You had to get weapons. I mean, you had to get guns, because we have weapons, but it's natural weapons. The weather, atmosphere. But you want to get guns and tanks on, go for it. It's not going to save you. Demons don't go for that. And this is the problem right now, because we mix together. The sheep mixed in with the wolves. So they have to be separated. Once we separate it, now we're on our way to paradise. We're out of here. Demons on the way to try to take America. They're gonna take America. They're 17 million strong. It's 34 million, probably 34 million blacks. 17 of us original, 70 million. Now, if you listen to what Farrakhan said earlier, he don't want to leave here and all that kind of stuff, right? Remember, listen carefully. He's a messenger to the demons. He's a messenger to the devils. I don't want to see that happen in America. I want to see America saved. See, he's a messenger to them. But he wants to see the worms eat your ass. He gonna pray a lot, worms your ass. He's a messenger to them. He wants to protect them. I don't want to see them happen to America. I want to stay here. Okay, let's talk about these them closed brothers and sisters. This is the law you'll get from the messenger of the covenant. This is law is energy management. Discipline times energy equals power. This is about energy management. Control your energy. It's got to say, spin out what we've given you. We're going to talk about those different things. I don't know how much detail I'm going to get into it. Right? But these are the 5 pillars. It's like Elijah Muhammad told you about the gym. Messenger come and give you the gym, get you in the gym. Or put it maybe another way. Elijah Muhammad took you to the gym. Right? So you saw the gym, you messed around there, but he came and showed you how to use the gym. He's a personal trainer. So how to use it. To gain power. Where no weapon formed will prosper against you. You'll be invincible. You got 5 pillars here, and it's not the Sunnis. They don't understand this either. These 5 pillars they have in Sunnism, they don't understand it. They all messed up. So let me explain it to you. I think a brief explanation. Okay. Faith. They call it faith. Well, you can consider faith. It's wisdom. Wisdom is better than faith. Knowledge is better than faith because you know. Right? But at your point right now, it's faith. But it's faith right now. It's for you. It's for faith for you right now. But when you go to tribulation, it won't be faith anymore. It'll be knowledge. But right now, it's faith because I'm telling you, I don't know if it's going to work or not. It was faith for me until I had a 3-year experience. I saw it up front and personal. So it wasn't faith anymore. My faith was 100%, but it's still faith. I had experienced it. So consequence, that's the first one. That's the fundamental thing of everything. Every action has an opposite reaction. That's fundamental. Everything is based on that law. That's the fundamental law of the universe. Every action has an opposite reaction. Fundamental. Right? Consequence. But you see, it says they don't have fear of God. It means they have no fear of consequence. You don't have a healthy fear of consequence because you told, just believe in Jesus. No, that's a lie. It cost them 1,000 years in the Dark Ages because they neglected consequence. They walked away from the law. They had the Bible. And they said, "No, New Testament says we do away with read the New Testament. We do away with the law. The law was no good. We believe in Jesus." And when they did that, they went into the Dark Ages. Rome fell. All their power in the world fell for 1,000 years. And then the British, God broke away from the church, went back to Old Testament law, and now became powerhouse again. Because the law is discipline. And they had no discipline. They said, "Oh, wait, you say so movies. You one of the mafia guys, right? You kill anybody you want, just go and say, I'll kill somebody, priest. Okay, say, can you heal marriage, throw some money in the basket. and you forgive it. It's bullshit. See? Consequence. And the angel teaches you consequence. Not only that, but it takes you out of faith because it defines everybody. You know who everyone is. You have to guess who's the dragon, who's the beast, who's God and Magog. So it strengthens your faith to the realm of knowledge. That's what angel does. It moves you out of faith into knowledge. Because now you have a clear, people sit in darkness in a great light. You have now, and you have a certainty of consequence. That's what angel does. Not only that, right? They're not heroics. I mean, now you have the steering wheel. You know who's your enemy, who's not. Farrakhan telling you he confuses who. If he tell you some of the devils are good, some they ain't devils anymore. Then he's telling you some okay. No Father Slager. So now you confuse who your enemy is. You don't want to go in the battlefield confusing your enemy. Because he said, well, some of them are good. Father Slager, he's one of our brothers. Or some synagogue say some of them are good. See? The angel says no. Master Prophet Muhammad says they're 100% wicked, cannot be reformed. See, Farrakhan blurring the issue. He's blurring it for you. So you go in the battlefield and Father Slager blow your goddamn head off. I thought you was my brother. Yeah. That's what I wanted you to think, nigga. Hope the rest of you think that too when I blow their goddamn head off. Man, you understand what Farrakhan's doing? You don't know who your enemy is anymore. He said, they was all laughing. He said, yeah, this is this. I was cracking up, man. They can't call us racist. Because we love everybody. They're all our brothers. You know what he said today? We got to love everybody God made. You want to go to war, not know who your enemy is? How long you going to last? That's the first one. You need to know who your enemy is. Understand consequence. And you got to move above faith. Out of the realm of faith into knowledge and wisdom. See? And the consequences is based on all the other four. So this is like your steering wheel, your guidance. But consequences is based on all the other four. Let's look at the next one. Salats. They think salats is their 5 prayers. Even the Hadith tell you that 5 prayers was a conversation between Moses, Prophet Muhammad and Moses. They couldn't agree on how many prayers you need to make. So that means it wasn't a decree from God, was it? It tells you right in the Hadith. They couldn't agree. What's the best? What's the best? Because Moses had a different idea how many prayers. In fact, if you read the New Testament and the one you call Jesus, he said we shouldn't even pray in public anyway. He said you go in private. So everybody had a different idea about that. Because they don't understand what prayer is. But if you understand prayer, they're talking about reciting the Quran. That's what Master Muhammad did. He recited, the message said he recited history. He didn't say specifically, he said history. So that could be the Quran. But anyway, he recited something. He didn't pray to anybody. And when you recite the Quran, right, the Quran was given to, the sealed Bible was given to the Master Covenant. The Quran was given to him. All those things were given to him. So you have all the tools to give you the information you need to know. So it's a tool you need. So you recite the Quran. It said the Quran is the voice of God. So we know God would have the firmest of hearts, wouldn't he? So your voice and your heart is connected. If your heart is nervous, your voice is going to show up in your voice. If you're nervous, it's going to show up in your voice. You can't hide it. That means there's a connection between the two. So you can reverse the process. If you're talking very stable, very, right, then that means your heart, you're going to stabilize your heart. You're going to firm up your heart. And so you recite the Quran and you reverse the process. So you firm your heart, you firm your heart up. That means you go get control of your emotions. Because they got an emotional weapon for you, I told you in the music. Oh, they're going to drop it on you in a minute. They're already using it on a low level. Test and see right now is to keep you complacent to what's all going on in the world. So you don't, so you moving on, you won't see it coming. But once everything blows up, then they're going to turn up the high volume and put fear in you. great fear in you. Remember it talks about great fear in chapter 12? I'll talk about that another time. But great fear in you, because you have a protection. But if you got a firm heart, that weapon will not work. If you're reciting the Quran and you've been doing it, that weapon will not work because your heart's too firm. It will not work on you. That's one of your protection from that. From atmospheric weapons. Emotional, because emotion is based on atmospherics. Right? That's one. One of your protections. Let's move on. Reciting the Quran. That's it, reciting the Quran. Then you got zakat. Now this again, remember, consequences are based on all these. Then you get a certain amount of energy every day. Everybody gets the same amount. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's where you got to come out of faith into knowledge and wisdom. Because once you understand that we live in a pressure system, which is a force field, pressure system of force fields, if you understand vectors, right? Then you know, if that's the law, if that's the way it is, then if you go beyond that, if you spend out of what we're giving you, you could. But if you spend more, that means you're creating negative energy for yourself. Remember, it's all energy. So if you get so much energy a day, that's your allowance. So if you get 1,000 units of energy per day, and you taking 20 units for somebody else, now you build 20 units of negative energy for yourself. While you're producing 20 units of energy, positive energy for the other person, because now they got to get that 20 back, because they have to have 1,000 a day like everyone else. And you have to have 1,000, but you got more than that. So you spit out more than we've given you, so now you got an imbalance creating, and you don't want that. Because negativity can show, negative energy can show all kinds of ways. Ways you never thought of. Right? Okay, say you got 1,000 units a day, you took 500 for somebody. So say it's $1,000. So you take $500, now you got $1,500. So now you got $500 worth of negative energy. That could mean you walk down the street, man, and you mess around and break your arm, now you got about a $500 bill to pay. Right? Or you get a ticket, and you got, right now you got to pay a $500 ticket. You see? Or you get, say for instance, you end up buying some food, and the combination of food you're eating, maybe it's poison, or maybe it's bad. Or maybe just the combination itself is bad for you, you don't know it. And all of a sudden now you got a $500 physical emergency. Or maybe you don't even know. Maybe it's building a tumor that you don't even know it's there. You see? And so maybe it takes, that tumor need to be up to $3,000 before you see the effects of it. Then maybe too late. See? Like I said, come all kinds of ways. Food, you get combination of food. See, they can't tell you that every combination of food is good for you. Everybody has different allergies and things. So say, for instance, maybe you say, I'm gonna try some watermelon. I'm mixing with some almonds, right? And I'm gonna give me a hamburger on top of that, and plus I'm gonna add in some juice or something. And you don't realize that combination is a chemistry. It messes around and mess you up really bad. Because you don't understand. That's why, one of the reasons why How You Live tell you to eat simple foods, because when you're eating different types of foods, you don't know how they're going to interact with each other. You don't know that. And we know all kinds of stuff all the time. It could happen all kinds of ways. It could be something happen instantly, or something that you're cultivating. You're cultivating a tumor. And you won't see it until it gets to about like $10,000, and then it's terminal. Okay? That's what zakat is. So live out, right? Don't take more than you're supposed to. Spend on what you have. And you will create positive energy. Give, do good to others. Do it. Give things to other people. Create positive energy for yourself. Okay? So you get $1,000 a day, so you give $200 a day out to everybody. Right? You give $200 out every day. So now you build $200 worth of positive energy. It can come to you all kinds of form. It can be a better relationship with your mate. You might meet somebody that's really nice. Or it might be healing a tumor that you been cultivating, now it's starting to reverse. You heard people get cancer, all of a sudden it gets healed by itself. How does that happen? It come all kinds of ways. So you manage your energy. Learn how to manage it. Okay, first of all, stay within how much you spend. What forgiving you, stay within the realm of what, right? Stay within that realm of what your allotment every day. Remember, everything takes energy. The sleep, the talk, the walk, the bat your eye, the think, all it takes energy. So you manage energy. So, well, you keep within that 1,000 units per day if that's what you're getting. And so therefore you have any negative energy. And increase the healing. How you increase? If you give $200, $300 a day out, right? And not taking anything back, maybe you might be causing a healing in yourself. See? Because you may have a problem yourself you don't know. All of a sudden, that problem goes away. Because you're promoting healing in yourself. Energy just don't rest. So if you're supposed to get 1,000, you only got 300 or 700, you got 300 hours of positive energy. So if you ain't taking anything, that means your body's going to approve up to $300. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. Okay, that's the God. And that's in tribulation, you're dealing with positive energy. When negative energy can be an hour in your ass. Oh man, I took more. I got $300 negative energy. Then you got $300 hour in your ass. But you got $300 with positive energy. They're shooting, they're missing. Nothing can hit you. That's the cot. Then fasting. That maximizes your energy. Energy management maximizes your energy. You're fasting, right? Okay, what you're doing is that you get so much, right? You take food in, that's energy. But if you eat constantly, your body's got to deal with all that. So that's a lot. It takes a lot of energy to do that. So you get back. So if you get $1,000 a day, right? But you're taking them and you eat all the time. Your body may require $1,500 energy just to protect you from all your stuff you eat and everything else, because it's constantly going all the time. Remember, it's got to digest that food. All this other stuff it's got to do. So therefore, now you're creating a diabetes situation. You're creating all kinds, because you're doing all this stuff, and your body needs energy to handle eating all the time and everything else. So now you use more energy than you're getting in. So now you're creating negative energy for yourself. That's one way. But if you're fasting and you're getting your body, manage your body, where you just give it what it needs, you make your body more efficient, right? Now you got energy beyond what you need to maintain your body. Because if you're fasting, you get the body just what it needs. So now your body can rest. You don't need all the energy to process for all the food, because it takes a lot of energy. That's why some people all the time, and they're skinny. So how do you eat so much? Because their body is because they're using up more energy to process all that food than the food they're eating. So therefore they're losing weight. It's not good, right? Because they burn their body up. See, that's why they're losing weight. They learn their body up. That's not good for them. That's bad metabolism. So now you lower your metabolism. So that means if you lower the metabolism, that means you're not burning that much energy. So now you got energy for other things. See? And it takes energy to do other things I told you. It takes energy to think, consequence. It takes energy for salats. Because if you ain't got no energy, man, I'm tired, man, I can't make a salat. Or the thing is just too hard. So you're maximizing to minimize how much energy you need. So now you got more energy to do other things. See, all these are interconnected. All these things are interconnected. So fasting gives you manage your energy so you can do other things. And the more energy, the more you manage your energy, the more energy you have, the more you can make slots, the more slots you can make. Right? The more energy you have to give to others. increase your positive energy. The more energy you got to think. Angel, understand the angel. And you get harsh. Again, more energy you have, now you can bond with your brothers and sisters. Positive energy, you get positive. If you give it, if you got extra energy, you say, okay, here, brother, here's 300, right? Well, he said, hey, man, I don't need 300. I'm gonna have 1,300. I'm negative energy. So he gives you 300. So in other words, you give him a lamb, he gives you some, right? He gives you some wheat. See what I'm saying? So now you depend upon each other. Because now you see one body. The lungs say, I need the heart. The heart says, I need the lungs. That's why I said do good to others. Because now you build a connection between the two, independence. Right? That's harsh. And once you get on the same wavelength, like one body, all these things magnify. So it was like you out of one, and then you add another one behind that, you're 10, you add another 0 behind another 0, 1,000, 10,000. Every time you add another person, you multiply yourself 10 times. Because now you got enough energy to produce a little bit of music, but now you got two of you, you're 10 times more powerful, 30 times more power, 100 times, it's more. You know what I'm saying? Because now you're on the same wavelength, same frequency. So now you magnify your power over the atmosphere. Because you have power in the atmosphere right now. You just breathing and talking. But what if, say for instance, when you put a whole bunch of people and they shout, right? You see how much power it is? If you got 10 people shouting, then one person shouting the same thing? Okay, let me tell you a secret that you probably don't know about. And then when they hide it. See, back when they was taking us over here, bringing us over here, and they ran some African tribes, Africans knew, right? What they would do, they started singing, and there was actually a movie, but they didn't tell you the science behind it. And it was scared the devils to death, because we sound like lions to them, because they got weak hearts. That's when we ready to kill so many of our brothers and sisters, because they stop you, and then you start talking, and they get nervous, because we sound like lions to them, because they have weak hearts. That's why when they go to train, they have to go to training to be able to handle that kind of voice and to build their voice up and try to balance it out. Africans used to know, they used to sing a lot. Most of those songs they sang was war songs. They knew it put panic in devils. So we was using it back then. They didn't want you to know that though. We was using it back then. They were saying these African song, boom, and it scared devils to death. You put a whole bunch of black folks together, especially black men, these sisters, they tough too. You put about 10 or 20 black brothers together and start singing a war song and watch what happened to white folks. They get nervous as hell. Now they're going to reverse it back on us. Because they got built a weapon to put fear in us. But we naturally put fear in them. So what happens if we 17 million strong? 17 million people shouting out loud. What do you think is going to happen? You knock down damn buildings. What the Quran said, you see those mountains you think they're firmly fixed, blown away like cordwood wool? Cordwood wool? You don't understand your power, but you will once you get harsh. Unity. But you need energy for that. Binding energy. How do you get binding energy? Because you start working with each other, cooperate each other, stop trying to control each other. Stop trying to control the sisters, cooperate. Okay? I got lambs, you got wheat, okay? I need wheat, you need lambs. Now we depend upon each other. Don't mess that, brother, because I need the wheat he got. Don't mess that, brother, I need the lamb he got. See, then we are one body. Because not one person produces all of everything. We don't have one organ, we got several organs. Now we depend upon each other. If one fails, all of them fail. And you are part of the body, they don't want you to know that. That's why our body is sick right now, comatose, because they don't want you to realize that we're one body. So we're working against each other. That's harsh. And you're going to achieve all that through tribulation. And once you get to harsh, you're out of here. You're home. You're home. You have thorough knowledge of self then. See, right now, this is getting thorough knowledge of self because you don't know this. Master Muhammad said you will never return to have thorough knowledge of self. That's the thorough knowledge you need of self. How to manage your energy, because we all are energy. How to manage it, and that tells you the whole spectrum, 100%. And it says like that we give 100%, all body, all soul. The more you put in, the more powerful you're going to become. This is discipline. It takes discipline for all of these things. Discipline times energy equals power. That's it, brothers and sisters. That's what you need to know. That's what gets you safe, protected here, and get you home. I can't get you home. You have to get yourself home. We provide transportation, Master Muhammad provide transportation. I provide you the map, instructions, right? The GPS, how to get to the transportation departure point. I give information how to get to the departure point, how to qualify to depart. That's it. That's what I provide. It's up to you. The faster you start, the better. You don't cost you anything to do this. I ain't asked for any dime. I ain't asked you clicks or nothing. You start applying this right now, you see life going to change. Like Master Muhammad said, I would change your life. I could change you, put your head overnight. You start doing this, applying this, you start seeing your life change around you. If you're in prison, you'll be out of prison in a heartbeat. You apply, you'll be out of heartbeat. Because the only thing that's holding you in prison is they have great power over you. Greater power overcomes lower power. Greater pressure overcomes lower pressure. And so if you got pressure, if you lower pressure, that means you're restrained by higher pressure. And the greater the pressure, the difference is, the greater your restraint is going to be. So it could be like, you're restricted to certain places, right? Or you're in jail, or you're in hospital, or you're sick, or you're dead. Depends on the level, the difference between your power and the power around you. Death is when you have no power, when the power around you is greater than you, it crushes you out of existence. That's what causes death, not God, not Jesus. It's you. When your pressure is less than the pressure of the reality around you, not less, but right, less you're under control. And the weaker it is, the more the control they have over you, until it gets to the point where you crush out existence. If it's low enough, you crush out existence. That's what causes death. Not Allah, not Jesus, not Shiva, you. Like Muhammad hinted, he says the scientists live as long as they want to live. He says when they get tired of living, they start living a life they know has an end to it. That's a hint right there, ain't it? You want to keep living? Apply those principles. Eat 1 meal a day, 1 meal the other day. All these different things make your body more efficient. Positive energy. You make that determination, because you have enough energy to make that determination now. That's up to you, brothers and sisters. It's up to you. You apply that, you're coming out of prison. Because it's not the bars that's holding you in prison. It's the people that got the key to the bars. If their pressure is greater than yours, they're going to keep you in there. If yours is greater than theirs, they're going to have to let you, we got to have a new trial for him. Oh, he shouldn't have been in there. We're going to have an amnesty. It don't matter. What the quality is, you're coming out instantly if your power is greater than theirs. And that's how you this is how you manage your power. How you manage your energy, achieve power. Discipline times energy. You have enough energy, now you got to get the discipline. They don't want you to know this. Once you apply discipline, you become powerful. And you had like I said earlier, you have the possibility, the ability to become the most powerful nation ever, even before. They said you'd be more powerful than your fathers were. And they built the universe, and you're going to control it. That's up to you. And we know that's true, because They said resistance going to be unprecedented. That the resistance is unprecedented, that means your growth is unprecedented. Your new structure, your birth is unprecedented. Your structure is unprecedented. That's why there's going to be unprecedented pressure, unprecedented hell, unprecedented tribulation. The resistance is going to be unprecedented. Off the page, even strange. That means you're going to be so great they can't even measure it. That's why it's going to be strange. If it's so bad that they can't measure it, that means you can go so great you can't be measured. Because you're the God. Who can measure the God but the God? Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Let me see what else I got here, then I'm going to close. The angel, brothers and sisters, that's the guide. I think that's it. And this is a result of this. Once we remove this ceased to happen. This result of this. But Farrakhan will blame you for this, like this doesn't exist. Like you did this to yourself. He's accused of our brethren. He's a demon. He's going down. He's going out fast anyway. And the war is any day now, brothers and sisters. Now, tomorrow is the 1st of December. My calculation is going to be before Christmas. If it don't happen then, I don't know what to tell you, brothers and sisters, because I'm out like you are. They said nobody knew what Master Muhammad. And I can't believe it's going to be on Christmas, because it means if the prophecy, my understanding of the prophecy is correct, we're talking about another year, and I know it ain't happening, because I ain't going to be around another year doing this. I can tell you that right now. Right? So we're talking about the next 3 weeks. We'll see. I tell you what, like it is, bro. Says I don't bullshit around. Right? The way I understand it, said nobody knows but Master Muhammad. I know the general time. In my calculation, I don't like the way they said it. Pray it does before the winter, right? Well, I'm like, that's where they said it. So unless there's something strange I don't know about, we talking about and everything is in place. That's the whole thing, bro. So everything that they said in place. I was going to talk about that 5th and 6th seal, right? I don't know if I should even mention that. Well, let me say a little thing here. It's talking about there be a pause. And if you read between the 5th and 6th seal, there's a pause. It's quiet there. The 5th seal is quiet. All other seals have somebody saying something, but the 5th seal is quiet. And then the 6th seal, all hell breaks loose. But then between those two, there's that period of silence. See? At that time, it says that the shield was given white robes. If you understand the Injil, you understand what that means. And that's where they are right now. And it says, if you follow chapter 12, it tells you, boom, 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 right? That's chapter 12, right? It tells you secrets, the JCPOA, and all that stuff, right? But when it gets to the point where the war, it doesn't, that's the one date it leaves out. But does it? Does it? No, it doesn't. I'm going to tell you this, I haven't told you before. That date is actually in the 5th seal, because it told them, remember getting the white robes where they are right now? It said, rest up, time little. That means, right? That's the period of time that's missing in chapter 12. So what's time little? That's the question you need to figure out. Assalamu alaikum.
We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody. These are these people. You can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried. We've tried. Everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work well until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
I knew the general time, in my calculation, I don't like the way you say it.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, someone who is half English, I think it's reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people and their will becomes all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for, 4 more years. And so you wonder, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself. And I completely understand the anger. I don't like you. I abhor any form of violence. But I do understand the anger when you have, Keir Starmer campaign. I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country. And they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle. Certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is, like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, I don't know, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just, like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. In fact, I'm not white supremacist. Well, I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law, in a multicultural country, is Sharia law... What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law, in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is the lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's no
your society is
one
about
culture will dominate.
Hang on, surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It's just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, it's American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multicultural there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
It's true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
They evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You don't have one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the Founding Fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
If you're rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required, and that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. There's one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, what is it, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
If you're rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization, and so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. So you have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Which one? And you can't face that reality, so you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you can wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization of my country as a sad, disgusting, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe, and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country. That's It's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is...
The Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans who were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. but we were 90% white, we were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation
It's not fine, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all think that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that.
No, because you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful.
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors, to
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is not what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people, but this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Cook's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying, if you are Black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point, Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and Black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros' Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe, he literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful. Why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly were with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure that they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House, shot and killed? Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff with Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinal Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Van saying in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. Oh, I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable
to say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalize him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
history of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? Behind the history of the cross: murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians, in the name of Jesus. They said Jesus cursed black people. They call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, I get, well, not clean up, but make it look more attractive, I guess, by calling it chitlins. It's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was endured was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 40 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. How close to a million years ago? It was 20 years ago. It lasted for 400 years. It's enduring today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza, make it 1,000 times worse. What's going on in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It was genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population. The genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets. Knowing there was full of disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from seabird animals. So-called common cold was not common. Didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When it was written out, women, they had a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught, and there was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? We're trying to arrest our people. Your rap sheet? What's your rap sheet? Are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Yeah. You stole his land. You murdered his people. And you crushed the native people here When the Braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill women and snatch the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they serve. They have known by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. What's going on in Gaza is just a reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. They drive women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. They told them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave and sit and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bind it up so they couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. There's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So who's working those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? Legacy of the cross. What's your rap sheet? America? Gog? What's your rap sheet? Magog? Britain? What's your mateship? What's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel. What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They steal the ribbons off everyone. It's the legacy of Christianity. It's been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war. They finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
how's we gonna make it? Sure, you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Sure, you ain't talking about that, are you? We ain't going back to Africa. No. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holiday. When you should be honoring Jesus, you are here buying bunny rabbits. And inviting your children to pay eggs for some Easter. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to the people. And they will put up all the shows of Lord. And they should. Jesus, none of homes. Oh, our parents here. They stood and said, it is a parent. And the old wisdom. Alright. Wanted to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they were put off on this miserable shows, they took their scattered that ship that brought them to a strange land, and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country. Strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the West Indians that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that all this ship that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. When this ship was made of Jesus, this is how that we have always been deceived by the white man. Trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to our a mental sleep, thinking that we are our way to heaven. This is church. My brothers, this is very hard for us to people to accept today. Imagine our parents standing in front to return to that native land and people and you yesterday. Trying to save the very that brought in subjection to that will. You know, turning away from your automated plan and turning it back towards our Christmas house and our and it who have destroyed us and seeks to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to you. They're trying to make love with the best people that destroy you in your past. Do you feel? Acting so. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There's no justice here for you and me. Why did it not do what? To be separated and be returned to the Lord. I think that push. They go to your parents on the eastern shore of North crying and praying to God to be returned to that arms 400 years ago. Now, they you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemned for being such fools. And now, to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as fools. When I walked into these separated people to the arm, justification for his son, the white man said he will free. Remember that.
How's we gonna make it? Sure, you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Sure, you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holidays. When you should be honoring Jesus, you are buying bunny rabbits. And inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
People. And they will put all the shows of Lord and they should. Jesus done all things. Oh, how their spirit. They stood and said, it is a parent. And behold, wisdom. I wanted to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tying chains themselves bound together. And when they was put all on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country. Strange people who had proven to them every vow from their native land that they were going to be west Indians that they were living with. They were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that all this ship that they brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. When this ship was named Jesus, this is how that we have always been deceived by the white man. Trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to our a mental sleep, thinking that we all have to leave it. This is earth. My love, brothers, this is very hard for us to people to accept today. Imagine our parents standing in front to return to that native land and people and you yesterday. Crying because they wish the very minute that brought from your automated plan and cutting it back towards prison house and who have destroyed us and seeks to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your peace. They're trying to make love with the people that destroy you in your past. Do you feel? And even today, there are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There's no justice here for you and me. Why did it not do what? To be separated and be returned to your take over your parents on the eastern shore of crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. You like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemned for being such fools. That's not what to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as fools. When I wanted to be separated, they go to your arms and occupation for your son. So I said to you, remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Suleiman Rahim here. Mission of Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now. And we found him home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. found a home after 40 years. It's been a year now. There was an agreement made from slave master. Said, your choice. Stay here or leave. So we chose our inheritance. Arabia. So we left. If the original people decided they wanted the inheritance and traded for a place in America. Affiliation with their former slave master. It's their choice. They chose. We don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over there sand and all that stuff. We want to stay in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here. Right? And, we can make peace with a slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. They got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told me. He was following this in Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised him. They stay there, 6 states, right, their own land, and you can make reconciliation with former slave master. They're not devils, not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, there's some things wrong, but now they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody paid $1 million. Thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. And you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. Thank you. Thank you, Farrakhan. And this was a year ago. 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. They're rejoicing. They're so happy. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago. We left. We in Arabia. They're still back in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This is the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, he says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And just those 6 states. So, and now they were big and massive. They came asking to turn the power. Why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling about 6 states and never prepared you for him. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So these big men, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told them 6 days of promising that he would have prepared them for, right, their schools and education, whatever they needed. But I guess they didn't, because they said, oh, really, now he's begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. Then what? This is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these reports in now. A year later. coming in every hour. How good failure, right? It's a roof, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no. You look at the farmers, when they're doing farmers, say, oh. So then, master, what's happening here? How come no? Right? Crop. Turned out that the rain they gave wasn't that fertile. Even later, how's it going? Crop failure. And now, so what's going to happen here? Right? Yeah, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look here and they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? Now, they look there now and all the food's gone. They're gone. And she said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. How come we can't put some food? I mean, you want your own country, you got your own states, that's your country, and you run it. What are you calling us for? So they're praying. And then, oops, no fuel. But there's no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money. Right? You got your own states. So you ain't your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. You got your reparations, so we don't owe you anything anymore. So what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of the inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brother and sister, they left, they took that was all for them, they took it. And you said, no, I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on? And I said, wait a minute, hold on here. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff's coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they were celebrating. And now they're crying, begging the master, we got all these problems here. So wait a minute, that's your supposed to come about your problems. You have to work those out. No transportation, I mean, planes don't know where. I fly a plane and drive trucks and boats and stuff, and you go and get this stuff. What you got us for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? See what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you got us for? Well, now, so she says, you said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So now, if you never pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. You can't drive, right? Yes. Yes, wow. All this stuff happened like, well, yeah, they thought everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So guess what happened? Everything was good when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to replace it, the fuel, the farm's gone. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full, house full, and you had to keep, they thought that was just going to, I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They prepared for it. See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They ain't business. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan's, he told you he don't get this for you, but he don't pay you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So when I said, Master, I said, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you want to have reparations, so we gave it to you. Well, calling your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? Have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because you say you should be paying for that, right? So if he just telling you about reparation, you should be paying for it. If he said God said that's where he's going to get you, so God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, told him to build an ark, he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states, and the reparations, apparently you didn't. So now, it tells you, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You run your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, me and us, all this stuff, right? So now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they're going to tell it, they tell all the people, all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. It'd be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You said one or the other. So all the black folks are here, ain't no integration, that kind of stuff. Right? That was it. One or the other. So they're there. So they said, okay, right? So they just said, we're going to take our money because we don't know what y'all do over here. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So they do this, they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money. Right? Transfer your money to gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? So transfer it to gold. And then what happens is what they do is they start just printing money. Just start printing money. You understand what that means? It's inflation. Because if you got $1 million of gold, $1 million ounces of gold, say $1 million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got $1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got $1 million ounce, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got $1 million ounces of gold, and you got $1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with your certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. If you take and print, say you got $1 million ounces of gold, you got $1 million certificates. Each one, but say you print so many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now. Because you got to connect that to the gold. You print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they work, because those certificates have to equal what the gold is. See, so the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, then less gold. Understand? So a dollar is worth an ounce of gold. That's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's printing money without increasing your wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to $100 is worth a penny. See, that doesn't affect their people. They try to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. Still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You get $1 million, now $1 million worth of $5. That's all it's worth. $1. Not worth anything. Otherwise, budget A, that's our money. You gotta have your money, control your wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. You think they would do that? Even God's lately, you see what happened to the trees they made, the so-called natives kept telling you to fall down because they kept making trees grow and then they broke the trees. They took their land and genocide everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, it's all it's worth nothing. You still got gold, and even if they take it, hold on, the money hope to increase again, then you do a certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. The $1 million you had, you was so happy with now, it's probably worth $1 million. You can't buy anything with $1. Plus the economy's collapse because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't have to create medications. You don't have to do any of this stuff. Engineer, but how should I do anything? Because it's our company. He didn't know how to prepare you. He told you to get 6 days. He told you, this many. Okay? Now, you're broke. The economy's gone. No food, no electricity, no power, anything. Right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. That you saw at your inheritance for that. Then they closed the border. Because you want to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. If you chose, you stay there. Close the border so you can't get back in here. You get back into what you call your land now. Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. You call it Farrakhan. Farrakhan. You make the Farrakhan. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, I come back, man, I come back work for you, I work for Popeye, I do anything you want. No, boy, they were in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America any place, just in that land, and those that you 6 days. And then you're starving, you ain't got no money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. And you see Master Anthony on the phone, he told the guy, you get paid to help you. Hey, you finally got rid of this. Finally got rid of them. Finally got rid of them. So he sitting on the phone, yeah, it worked. He saw him in Revelation, he told him that was that used car. He turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. They could have had a BMW, they could have had a Lamborghini, they sold it for a BMW. Good, damn thing didn't work. Now, it's starving. Living in tents. Praying. So what? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did, but they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray, 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 pray. That's his answer. Pray, pray, pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, the big picture. Leaving, black staying on the shore, the one stay behind, the devil's whooping their ass. Because they all thought you think it would give you some land, take care of you? And they won't do that. They go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million, you know what it is? 17 million, that was 17 million times, 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that. And they don't do it for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have to see it. Because they close the border, what you going to do? When you want to fight, they come out, they close the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. It's more black problem, more Negro problem anymore. Who's out of here? And those groups that's here, they're gone. And I have to clean. And they what they wanted. Or anything. God honors contracts. Remember he honored the contract with Jacob. He sold his birthright for a bowl of soup. Jacob, it was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Pharaoh ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. It's all man you was promised, you never rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So they gave you reparations today or tomorrow. How would that scenario not play out like that? What they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how that scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they can say, okay, we're going to take care of him. And I said, go out there and take care of you. But he was right here. He's working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here. Because you know they're trying to get rid of stuff right now. Trump's trying to give all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Of course, coming here. It's a disaster over there. I just got a call. No, really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Thailand or something. I forgot what it's something called right there. That's his thing. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them? Bring them? Oh no! And he went and asked his master for Muhammad right there. He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. I agree with that. Yeah, the master said he's called him and he passed the word to Master Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Listen, no, we can't come and get you. You chose, you made your choice, live with it. But die whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe it. They actually sent a message over. And I did, I have a communication, but somehow they got the information over to him. Said, would we please come and get him? Nope. Tell them no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land, you got your reputation, you got your money, you got Farrakhan's here. Yeah, I know. Talk to them, let them straighten out for you. You want to sell your idea, you just sell them. So you want to get reparations, we told you. Suleiman, he was the messenger to you, telling you, look man, let's go home. You said no, you chose not to. Okay, well, since that's a sad story. I guess that's it, is that it? Well, they might get more reports. Okay, he says that was Matthew Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communication off from there. So that's it, brothers and sisters. We got those ballots. They came in. All that came in today. I mean, I came in fast. A year. Total collapse. They're begging it. Somebody help me. We can't do it. They're master help you. We won't do it. That's not what we do. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in. They said, well, if you won't come and get us food, we please send some food. They begged him, please send some food. After I said, I'm going to send a damn thing, nothing, zero. I said, please just send some food. This guy that in. He says, if you can't come and get it, please send some food. He says, no. That's the report. I just got the information from the ambassador. He said that he's ready to meet. He says, no. He said, please, just please send some food. He said, no, no way. You made your choice. Case closed. Just got that in, bro. It's just, that's not like him.